my screen with you. And it's going to take us right into desk. And if you would please mute yourself just so it doesn't give us any feedback on the recording. I appreciate that. But also feel free to unmute yourself at any time and ask a question. Even if you have to interrupt me because I talk a lot, that's okay. I would rather you ask the question while we're doing it. And I am going to try to pull Teams up on my phone if it cooperates with me, just so I can see the chat. If you don't want to interrupt, you can always type it in the chat as well. And I should be able to see that as well. So of course, we're always going to start with My CB Desk. It is the most agent friendly. I know that Realogy site is out there, but Desk is where it's at. Excuse me. And for the sake, we're going to just jump right into InTouch. Once we get into InTouch, we're going to be in our home screen. And from here, we want to go up here to our website. We want to click on Edit Site. So again, we've gone into InTouch. We want to click on Website and then Edit Site. And I'll make the page a little bit larger so that we can see it a little easier. So from here, you're going to see over on the side, we have our pages and our menus. So these are the header tabs on your website. You can add, rename, you can move them, change the SEO, do all the things. You can learn how here. We'll have other classes for that as well. Appearance, all the things for your website are in here, your footer, your pages, your content, and you're going to see, that's where you're going to see community served. We're going to jump into, but I would be remiss if I did not point out a quirky little feature of InTouch. Now, once you learn why it is, or once you learn the function of it, you'll learn why they did this, but it's a little confusing at first. So when we go to our own website, which you can do from clicking on website, you can click view site. It's going to take you, and actually I'll just do it that way. It's going to take you directly to your website. So you'll see here, I have a communities tab. I do have some sub pages, but when I click on communities, it takes me into anything that I have input. Now you will have a little sentence there. I made my font a little bit bigger just because I have a hard time reading things on a computer. So for anybody like me, larger type usually works a little bit better. So I have a little blurb here. Now I do have information on mine about referring because I'm a referral agent. So I don't want the real estate commission to ever come to me and think that I'm selling houses or trying to sell them. No, I'm trying to get you guys all the money. I'm going to refer people to you guys. So I do have a lot of information. I serve a lot of different offices that serve a lot of different areas. So I've kind of shown you can put as much or as little information in here as you would like. Where all of this information lives at the very top is going to be on your communities page. So we're not going to concentrate on that today. We're going to do communities served, but I just wanted to point that out because it does look a little confusing when I go to my website and I hit on communities. Communities served is at the bottom. So anything that I type on the communities page is at the top, and communities served, they will all be added at the bottom. And that's going to be found over here in the left menu bar under content. We have communities served. So once we click through on that, mine will look different than yours just because I've taught this a number of times. I've gone in here and played with it a number of times. This is where you can really determine how you want to set up your communities. I do have agents that have them set up as counties. I have agents that have them set up as individual areas. I have mine set up as zip codes. The only reason for that is I like all the little dots on my map. Someone can go here as a consumer. They can look for the area that they're looking in. They can really get down into it and they can say, oh, I want to live here. Where's that? Oh, I want to live here. Where is that? And you'll see some of the differences. Also, they can look at it from an aerial perspective. Street side, it really depends on where they want to be. So we can put them on the street. Here, it looks like I just dropped myself on 95. But if that was an area they wanted to live in, they could really kind of get down into it and put themselves on a particular street. Now, that's why I have everything broken down by zip code, because when they do that, they may say, hey, I want to live in this area down here, or I want to live in this area over here. And then they're able to look at the map. They're able to see like what is going on here. Like this is Rumsey Island, I can tell just because it's got all those funky courts. But they can look here and they say, I want to live in a certain place. Because I have this information here, they're also able to get to, once they click on that, they'll get to that specific neighborhood. But they can actually go in street side depending on the street. You'll see Haverhill's not letting me on, but Trimble Road will. So it really just depends on Google and how fast Google goes. You'll see it's not going to let us go up this street, but it will let us go on some of them. But they can do that by finding it that way, or they can click on any of the places that I have added. Now I'm going to show you the very first one at the very top that I have is Aberdeen. I do have a stock image. I have that there's Ripken Stadium there. Welcome to Aberdeen. I have a hyperlink that goes to Aberdeen's actual government website. I also have some information about Aberdeen. I probably need to put quotes on that. I did give my source, so I'm not plagiarizing. And I have also added an updated area report. For those of you that use Prospect Square, you know that these area reports have links that have live links. That means that when I created this many, many moons ago, I've never opened it again. I've never looked at it. I've never updated it. But if I were to click on it right now, it's going to give me July's report. That's because it's the 2nd. If I come in on the 5th, it's going to give me the August report. So it's got my area report. My computer does not like my photo today. Yours will say realty, but it's giving me all of that information for that report. I like having them on my website. They're very easy for me to access. If I'm looking for something to post on Facebook, I can grab this. I can share to Facebook right away. I don't have to log into Desk, go into Prospect Square. I have easy access to it. If I'm getting ready to run to a meeting for somebody that's listing a house in Aberdeen, I'm just going to go to my website. I can pull this up directly in my appointment. I can also put this in my Moxie presentation. I can create an entire Moxie presentation around Aberdeen or any of these areas and include that as well. So most of the ones that I have are very basic. I have a base stock image, maybe another image, and I don't have any other information. I haven't finished mine yet. And there are some that I have put in all the things. So this is the one I show all the time. So if anyone has seen this before, I apologize. But here I took a picture off of the Rumsey Island Bridge. It's where I grew up. I go over it frequently. It was a beautiful day. I took a photo about the neighborhood. I will show you how to input these as well. It's literally just going through and checking off the ones you want to include. You can also add your own. So I was able to add some. And then what I did is I took the time and invested, don't look at my typos. I took the time and invested in researching about this neighborhood. Now, this would be my farming neighborhood. If I sold real estate, I would sell a lot in Joppatown because I really know the area. So I was able to go through and I thought, well, what are all the things in the neighborhood that I can kind of push out to people? So I went through and I got hyperlinks. And people will say, well, why would you hyperlink it? Why would you want to send somebody to a different website? Well, you can see I sent them to a different website. And when I X off of the, oh, they did disappear. So I need to fix that. But when I go to my website, it's supposed to open in a new window. So I did not do that correctly. So I will show you how to do that correctly. But once we go through all of these, they should open in a new window. It just shows that I know the market. If I have a buyer that's looking in this area, I can send them to my communities page. They can get a lot of the information that they're looking for. I have some organizations. I'm a little bit of a Joppatown geek, so I have the history. That's Wikipedia. Businesses from Google, niche.com, local schools. So it is from School Digger. They can get more information. This here I actually created myself in Canva only because someone on my community page was asking. And I was kind of really surprised that in several hours, no one had answered them correctly. The people in my own community did not know the schools, the mascots, or the colors. So I created this and I literally put the link for my page as a response. If you go to this web page, you will find the information you're looking for. Now, I was able to do that on my community Facebook group without breaking their real estate rules because I was just giving information. Now, what that did is all of a sudden, all these people were like, well, I didn't know there was this here. I didn't know we had a massage place. Oh, I always wondered what that was. They love this page, and I'm not even really finished with it yet. But it was a great way to show that I know the neighborhood. And my neighbors know they can call me if they need someone, for me to refer them to someone for real estate. I tooled around on some of the local pages. I did get in writing permission from Harford County, Maryland to post this video of Mariner Point Park. Anyone that wants to can post it. They just have to have video courtesy of, and of course, there's a link there to show where that originated from. And then I have click here to view local highlights. Now here I have a Moxie presentation. It's not a good one. I do have to update it. I kind of threw it together just to show you guys that you have this ability, excuse me, to go into Moxie, create a custom presentation with your information on it. I added a video about Harford County. I am sourcing everything that I'm including. That way people know it's not mine. I want you to know where I got it from. Joppatown Marina, which I have to update. Now it's Gunpowder Cove. And then I got lazy and stopped actually doing that, but I need to. So we have the Amish market, we have the flea market, some other things that I have in there. And then I have my area report. And there's two different ways that you can include these, completely up to you. The first is just to hyperlink it. Now I did take this information from a report that I sent to myself. If you open an area report that is a preview and share, this area here is empty. If you set it up to go to a client, this area will have a little blurb. Hi, Angie, blah, blah, blah. And it's going to tell you what the report is about. So I went ahead and kind of got that information and put it here. I'm a very big fan of being efficient. Not lazy, efficient. I don't want to have to think about what I want to put there. I'm just going to copy what's already on there, and I'm going to paste it on my site, and I'm going to move on to the next thing. This particular feature here is called an iframe. So that's where if you want instant gratification on your page, which a lot of people like, I can now scroll through and get all of that area report directly on the page. So now I have information that I'm providing. And again, no one knows I have a program for this. My own mother thinks I spend like 5 hours putting this report together. I am not correcting her. Let her think I do the hard things. I'm just going to slap this on here. Again, it's going to update on the 5th of every month. When I come in here on the 5th, and you guys can do the same, this is going to say August. It's going to have the updated statistics for August. This is a great way to showcase what you know about the market. Now, I have had some agents that say, well, if I give them the report for all of these areas, they have no reason to email me and ask me for them. But why wouldn't they? Are they going to remember to come to your website every month to look for these? They can just receive them in their inbox if they would like to have them. Maybe this is how I entice them to do that. If you don't want them, you can do just simply the hyperlink. So how do we get all of this information in here? So I will click on my Jobbatown tab just to show you what that does look like in the background. When we first come in, and what we'll start with actually is down at the very, very bottom for me, might be at the top for you, there's an Add Community tab. So when we add the community, at the very top, it's going to ask for our community name. Now, if I only want to put in Jobbatown, if I only want to put in Nottingham or Towson or Frederick or Westminster or any of the places, Elkton, wherever it is that I serve. It could be maybe I sell a lot of houses in Annapolis. Even though I don't work there, I'm familiar with the area. I buy and sell there. I can include that. I work with several agents, depending on what office they're in, that also work in Ocean City. They kind of go back and forth. They live in both places sometimes. So, you know, they're able to showcase Ocean City if they want. I wouldn't do that because I don't work at the beach. I don't know anything about it. I know it's a little bit different. So anything that you're comfortable with, and I'm just going to put a 1 on here just so that I know which one I'm doing now. Then for my area, if you want to get the little dot on the map, I go ahead and I type in the zip code. Now you'll see that the zip code here is Joppa. So Jobbatown and Joppa are different. Now that's not going to be the same case for all zip codes, but people that live in this area know that Jobbatown is definitely a advertised community. It's a planned urban development. It's on one side of Route 40 and the rest of 21085 is on the other side of Route 40. So I can also go in and say Jobbatown. And that's going to do the same thing. It's still going to draw on the map for me. Now, I'm only going to do this if when I go to communities, I want to have that pinpointed. And then when it is pinpointed, that's a little scary that I found that on almost the first try. So when I click on that, you'll see nothing's really going to happen. But when I click down here to Jobbatown, or for example, Rumsey Island, that's something that's in Joppa, it's near Jobbatown. It's not going to give me a lot of information because I drew it on the map. So that is another feature that you can do to show that you know where things are. I can draw on the map. I can pull the map in. I can say, well, I only want the Willows of Ruxton, or I only want Towson Park. I only want Udawood. You know, you can then go in and draw on the map as you see fit. You know, I want to draw the community. Yes, I want to draw my community, and then I want to say, here is the area that I want. Of course, you probably want to be a little more specific than I just was. But I can redraw the community. Maybe I want to say, oh, no, I only want to do this area here to this area to this area. And again, I'm not very good at drawing, but you see what I mean. Again, you can do the area name, you can do the zip code. So for this sake, I'm going to do Jobbatown. That's going to pull up just Jobbatown. Yes, I want to continue. I can do a short description if I want. So this text will display on the main image of the community page. So if I wanted to do that, it would show up here. It would darken my photo ever so slightly, and it would write, you know, if I wanted to say Jobbatown or beautiful waterfront community or whatever it is that I want to write. Now you'll see as I start writing, I'm still typing. There is a character count at one point, or maybe there no longer is a character count. Well, they took that out. So I don't want to be too wordy here because, again, it's going to make an interface here on this particular photo. Also down here, I'm able to, again, put in as much or as little information as I want. So it does give you some ideas. Schools, we know we have to be extremely careful. I don't want to steer anyone to any school district. We know that's illegal, can't do that. So if I'm going to give school information, what I basically do, my rule of thumb, is I'm going to give you the local schools in that zip code. If I'm doing zip codes, I'm going to give you the ones in that zip code. If I'm doing communities, I'm going to do the ones directly in that particular community. And then I'm pretty safe. And then here what I did was I actually gave additional information and I just hyperlinked it. Now you might say, what is School Digger? School Digger is just somewhere that I can show them. They can go School Digger. They can get all the information. So that's where I'm able to put in the zip code, search for those, and then you'll see here I got information for the schools in that area. Let them go and find out how they're ranked. These are not ranked well. I'll be honest with you, not ranked well at all. But I can't tell them that, but they can go get that information. So if I wanted to do that, or maybe I just want to send them to the county school page, I could say local school information can be found at Hartford County Public Schools, or wherever your county is. And then I like to highlight and make as much of the sentence a hyperlink as possible. Maybe I just want to do Hartford County Public Schools. The reason that I like to hyperlink a large selection of text is because if someone is using a mobile device, they might have fat fingers like I do. And sometimes I click on things and it's too small and I can't get to it. And then I get frustrated and I go do something else. So I want to make this as easily accessible as possible. So I'm just going to do Hartford County Public Schools. But you'll see if I right click on that, it now does give me, so this is an update, it now will give me the option to link it. Or if I want to just go over here, I can hit this link button. So right clicking as you normally would, this is brand new. This is the first time I'm actually seeing this. So this was something we asked for in our feedback. It's something they've given us. Now I can say, oh, I know that's hcps.org. And this is where on my other one, I'll have to go back out and fix it. I want to open the link in a new window. The reason I want to open it in a new window is I don't want to happen what happened when I clicked on Redner's earlier. It took me to Redner's, and when I X'd off of Redner's, I was no longer on my website. If I click on new window and I click on this link to go to Hartford County Public Schools, what's going to happen? It's going to send me to Hartford County Public Schools, and when I X off of it, because it's in a new window, in a new tab, my website is still going to be there. They're not going to lose. What if they don't remember how to get back to me? So we're going to open that in a new window. It seems to need the HTTP. I didn't write that in there. Yes, I do need that, and it's going to fix that for me. Now you'll see I can't click on this because I am in the edit field. However, if I click on Control, again, I'm not sure if this works with a command for Mac, but if I click on Control and I hit this, you'll see it came up in a new window. If you want to double check that the link that you have in your hyperlink works, if you hit Control and click on it, it will pop up in the next window. So that's a way to just double check your link. So here let's say I've included some other information. Now I want to put in a Prospect Square report. If nothing else, I would include a Prospect Square report. That's something I'm working on for each of my different sections now, because that's something that I can easily access. I'm just going to go to Desk. I'm going to log into Prospect Square. Yours is going to take you directly in. Mine always makes me say that I'm an agent or an admin. So I'm going to go in like an agent. I'm going to go over to my reports. And this is, although it's multi-step, it is relatively, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's very simple. Once you learn the steps and get them down pat, you'll be able to do it faster than when you start. So we're going to go into reports. We're going to go to area report, and I'm going to preview and share. Now I can't use a market report. I can't go in and say I only want Rumsey Island, or I only want Foster Branch or Lohr's Orchard, or one of the advertised subdivisions in a community because there's no share button for that. There's no live link. So here I'm going to do the area report. I'm going to do preview and share. And then I'm going to find Joppa. Now, in this sense, it's going to be Joppa, not Joppa Town. So I can let people know that. I'm going to do the find button again, just to be efficient. I don't want to root through 25 pages. I'm going to hit the Mid-Atlantic, Harford County, Maryland. Again, always be careful if you're in Frederick County, there's a Maryland and a Virginia. But here, Harford County. And then I can scroll through, and these are all by zip code. So they're alphabetical by the name. So Aberdeen, 21001, 21009, 21013, 21014, and 15 are lumped together. So if you're serving an area like Towson, like Frederick, like some of these neighborhoods where they have Annapolis, they have multiple zip codes. Unfortunately, they're going to take all those zip codes and lump them together. And I know that, as you guys know, because you work in real estate, there is a fine line between someone that wants to live in a specific neighborhood and Towson and Udawood, or someone that wants to live in 21015, the southern end of Bel Air, or the northern end of 21014 Bel Air. So we know that there are those nuances, but I'm going to let people know when I share it, if they need that specific information, they can reach out to me. I can get them that information. So here I found the one for Joppa. I'm not going to do condo or single family. I just want all of it. And I'm going to highlight this hyperlink. Now I'm going to be very careful that I've highlighted the entire thing. Ask me how I know. I went in one time and did not do the whole thing and it was broken. I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. I was very frustrated. So I've copied, I've highlighted and copied the entire thing. I'm going to go back to Market Leader, and this is where I can say, discover what's new in the Joppatown real estate market. You know, you can say, you know, maybe you want to say, click here or visit or access the latest data on the area report here. Anything that you want to say, and then again, I can take this information, I can right click on that. It's like GPS. I have to put in where I'm going first. Then I'm going to tell you how to get there. So I put in the information. Now I'm going to link it to where I need it to go. I'm going to paste that URL in here, that URL that we got from Prospect Square. I'm going to change it to open in a new window. Now, title is only if you're hyperlinking a photo, which we're not doing yet. But here I have that text here, and I can save it. And again, if I hit Control and click on that, it should open in a new window, which it did. Here it is. So here I have that information. And then what else should I write here? That's completely up to you. You can go to Prospect Square. Any market report should have that information. So what I did was I already have some that are created. I just went in and report preview. I'm going to look at a preview of one that I already have. And I am literally just going to copy what this says. Again, you can go in and recreate the wheel. I'm lazy or efficient, however you want to label it. And then I can go in here and I can say, oh, maybe I don't like what I said. I'm going to use what they said. So discover. So maybe then instead of having this link here, I can say, wait, I want to link this information. So you can do that. You can say, instead of recreating the wheel, here is an updated area report. And you can change the text without recreating the wheel. I don't have to go back and grab that link again. This text is already linked. So I can go back take this information out now and just hit a backspace. Now I have that link in there and I have all this other information. If you need clarification on the figures, if you want to take, additional steps to property ownership, if you want to learn how much your home is worth in today's market, please let me know. I'm happy to help. So that's something, I can also tell them if they, want me to set them up to receive this automatically in their inbox, anything you want to say. So now I have some content here. You can put all of these in and go back and foo-foo them up later, additional information. Maybe I want to go Google Joppatown, find out what clubs, all the area information, make this as robust as possible, because my goal is that if I'm in a community group and I share it, I want my page to be their resource. I want them to go to my page to get all of the information for the area, even if they don't need real estate. If you are an analytics person, we had built up some of these before. Agent that I worked with, we went in and built all the community sites. We put in, now it's a lot of work, not only to input the information, but to keep it updated. We literally had sections on every community that we served. Again, we didn't go crazy like I did. But the communities we served, and we would have areas, here's where you get to the school information. Here's where you get to the PTA, and we would have the PTA's Facebook. Here are all the local mom and pop places to eat or to shop or those things. And all of a sudden, our analytics for our website went up dramatically. And what we found was people were visiting our website not to look for real estate, but to look for a place they wanted to eat, because it was easier to go to our website and click through and get directly to the good information than it was for them to go to Google and look it up. So that was something we were able to use in a listing presentation. Look, I had 7,000 views on my website last month. And when you list your home with me, I'm going to make your photo, your property photo is going to be the main photo of my website. I'm going to make your property easily accessible to the 7,000 people that are going on my website. People would sign up. I mean, they're like, wow, that's amazing. They don't need to know why people are looking at my website. The other thing that you're able to do is key characteristics. Now, I would greatly caution you, although apparently these have all been approved. I'm not going to pick anything that has people. That's just my number one rule for me. Fair housing wise, I don't ever talk about people at all. I don't tell anyone you should buy this house. It's great for, having a backyard barbecue for your friends and family. What if somebody buys it and doesn't have any friends or family? We laugh when people say that, but it happens. A family could be one person, but I would feel horrible if I bought that house and it's just me and my kid, and maybe a family could use that more than I could. So we have to be careful of that. Are the neighbors friendly? I have no idea. Would I say the neighbors are friendly in Joppatown? Yes and no. Some of my neighbors are very friendly, others are not. Great schools. Could I say this for every neighborhood? Am I steering them at all? Again, I don't talk about schools. That's just for me. But some of these things are easily, easy to check off. Are there sidewalks? Is it close to a park? Is there local golfing? Joppatown has a golf course in the 21085 zip code. So yes, there's golfing. There are walking and hiking trails. Just for me, I'm not going to tell people kids play outside. I'm not going to say it's quiet. What if something happens and it's not? It does have parks and playgrounds. There are a lot of street lights. There's sidewalks, good transit. They have a bus that comes through. Depending on where you are, you could easily get to a grocery store. There are restaurants in the middle of the neighborhood. it's close to 95. There are community events. Lots of people decorate for the holidays. So things of that nature, I might be okay with. Again, go with your best judgment. But I'm also going to add all the good things. So we have Mariner Point Park. There is Gunpowder Cove Marina. You know, maybe there's not that there are anymore, maybe there's a 24-hour grocery store, things of that nature that you may want to include. Also, you can add an image. Now, it's kind of hidden. It's not easy to see, but if you add an image, I always caution, make sure that you own the rights to your image. We cannot go to Google. If I go to Google now and I say, hey, I want a picture of Joppatown, and then I'm going to go into images, and I'm going to see all these pictures, and wow, that's an amazing photo. Wow, that's a great, look how beautiful that is. I can't use that because I do not own it. Oh, look, it may be subject to copyright. And I have worked even recently with agents who received copyright violations, and they were not cheap because the photographer has a way of finding their photos online to see if you're using them. What you can do is when you have your professional photographer coming out to take a picture of your listing, maybe he's, you know, is willing to go to the local park and take a few photos. I always like that for a listing anyway. If anyone were to sell a house in the Joppatown community, I would certainly hope they would include a few pictures of the park, the public boat launch, the beginning of the nature trail, some of the fishing piers. Doesn't have to be a lot. Maybe the picture of the pavilion with the playground in front of it, just so that people know you're buying the house, but you're buying the neighborhood. Maybe I have a friend that does photography that, you know, I can pay them to go around for the day and take some photos. There are other resources. You can go to BrandServe if you can find a photo that semi looks like your neighborhood. I know they do have a lot of pictures there. Another place that I use is Canva. I do pay for the pro version, but you can go in and create something and get a photo. And the other one I use is unsplash.com. So they're freely usable images. Depending on your neighborhood, if you, maybe it's a neighborhood that is a country neighborhood, you know, you could type in farm. I mean, this right here looks like a lot of Harford County, upper, you know, northern Baltimore County, Carroll County, Frederick. I mean, a lot of places in Maryland have farmland. So that's where you would be able to get a stock image. You know, if you live in a neighborhood, a lot of these neighborhoods now, it's sunflower season. Maybe we want to do sunflowers. You would be able to go in, download the photo, get that photo, and that's the photo that you can upload. So you would just simply add an image, select the file from your computer. So I do have stock images here. Let's just pretend, let's see if I have a sunflower picture. So we're just going to pretend, well, here, we'll go back up to the top and just pretend that this is Joppatown. So we're going to upload the photo. And then the last bit that you're able to do with community served, you can come back later if you don't know what you want to put here. I like that it really comes out and says this. Now you can get help on your SEO settings. So an SEO title is a search engine optimization title. If you've never experienced these before, I'm going to date myself. This is the card catalog of the internet. Your title is here, your little description on the card that tells you what this is all about. And if I go in, I always Google tacos because I love them so very much. We're going to Google tacos, and here the best homemade taco recipe, the wholesome dish, is the SEO title. And then this little blurb here is the meta description. So we have a title and we have a meta description. You can see that this one kind of trailed off ... This one gave us all the information. not to be confused with the URL. If we click on the title, it takes us to the URL automatically. So this is where I might want to say Joppatown homes for sale, or Joppatown community information. I could say, you know, Joppatown homes for sale. I like to put my name. I like to put Coldwell Banker Realty. You might say, well, why are SEO titles important? I'm glad you asked. I dare you to Google yourself. If you Google me, not only does my website come up first, but look, I get all the little sub things on there, like my Hartford County, my Joppatown page right here. It pops up on Google. My featured properties, testimonials, all of my info has an SEO and a meta description. Google now thinks that I am super important, even if I'm not. You can see I have my SEO here for my website, and I have a meta description. I have an SEO and a meta description. It is a short one. Again, mine is all based on marketing to agents, but if I was marketing to clients, then you'll find me other places as well. But here's my information. So that's why I like to put my name. Google loves Coldwell Banker. Google loves all the big companies. It likes the fact that I'm with the big company now. Maybe I'm a little more kosher to them. The other thing that you're able to do here is, if you have one, put in a video. If you have a video, sometimes we do need to get permission. Like I did get permission to use this particular video. I might want to go to YouTube and find some other videos. Reach out to those people and say, can I utilize your video? If I'm able to include a video, what that does is Google owns YouTube. So now how much more does Google want to share my website, because it's got YouTube videos on it? Of course they want to share themselves. I mean, it's good marketing. So now I can also include videos, anything that you have. Again, sometimes that costs extra. Sometimes it's, you know, do I have somebody that can create a custom, you know, video for me? This literally could be you after you show a house. You drive down to the local park. You don't have to be on camera, and you just take a short minute, 2 minute, 3 minute video standing out on the pier. Oh, I'm in Joppatown today, just showed some houses. I'm here at Mariner Point Park, and I just wanted to show you it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. And you know, here I'm going to show you what this looks like. There's a public boat launch. Maybe I'm going to talk a little bit about Mariner Point Park. I'm going to talk a little bit about making it evergreen. Maybe not all my report information, but you know, letting people know that I know the area, and then I can put that video here as well. And I own it. It's mine. If you need to start a YouTube channel, I can help you. I have one. They're not difficult to maintain. But again, just a little extra work. But you can really add, and again, just be careful if there are housing regulations. Be careful that we're not steering anybody. You know, we're pointing them out to other information. Again, if they want to get school information, I can send them to School Digger. I can send them to the county. I can send them anywhere I want to. I'm not giving them the information. I have one agent that went through and literally has the link for the local police department on every community. You want to know if this is a good neighborhood? You go figure it out, because good neighborhood to you and good neighborhood to me, that's subjective. I can't tell you that, but I can give you the information that you need. I am knowledgeable. I know where to send you. When you're done, you want to hit save. We know if we don't save it, all of our hard work is for naught. It's going to go away. And it's going to put your community in here in alphabetical order. So you can see here I have that Joppatown 1 custom map area. Now when I go to communities, it will be live immediately. So you can see here, I put that in and it came up here. That was a little weird. So again, you might be like, well, what happened there? It's because I gave it a custom map area. So then I might want to take that out. I just want to go with 21085. Just give me the zip code. And here I can say Joppatown is a planned urban development within the Joppa zip code. Well, now I'm going to impress somebody, because now they're going to be like, oh, you know the difference. You know the difference between Joppatown and Joppa. You must be a real estate agent that knows what you're doing in this area. We know some people are specific, some people are not. But we all have those little areas that we work in that have those nuances of this part's different than this part. So now when we save that, if we go back in and we refresh, I don't know why that's still there. We're going to refresh again. Oh, it's still there. So we can click on it. We can get the information. We have about the neighborhood. We have our information. It's not a lot. It's just a little bit. But it's also going to connect to the IDX. Now I can get in, I can see homes for sale. People can look at my houses. Once they go through and start clicking on the things, they have to register. When they register, it pops up on my phone. It tells me that they're on my website. I can reach out to them. I can market to them. And look, it doesn't let me, I can't go back. Well, now I can. But it's going to do that. Now I'm going to delete this one just so that I don't forget to do that later. And also to show you that, let's say you're going through and you're putting these in and you decide to delete one, as I'm about to do. Anytime this system comes up and says, are you sure? That means that if you say yes, your information goes bye-bye, and you will never see it again. There is no trash can. There is no recycling bin. I know that I sound like a crazy person right now telling you that, but I did have an agent recently that built out an entire page. She spent a considerable amount of time doing it. She went through and thought she was deleting one thing and deleted something else, and there was just no way to go back and get that information. So if I say yes, then when I go to my website and I view the site and I go to communities, there is no Joppatown 1. There is no, it's completely gone. But you'll see over here at the bottom, we don't have any trash can. There isn't anywhere to go back and get that information. And there are some times when I've actually put in all the zip codes. It seems like a little much for some of them. But what I found was, because I did so many of these, that I just wanted people to know that, yes, I know there's a lot of zip codes. They want a specific zip code, they can reach out to me. If they want to look at Frederick, now I'm giving them all of the houses. When they click on this, they do have the opportunity to go in and add specific zip codes. So they can look where they want to look at all the different things. But that's how you add them. Again, you can add them any way that you see fit. If we go into, for example, Sandy, I know that Sandy Bratcher has been working on hers. If you go into her communities, she has a little blurb at the top. Some of the communities she serves are below. Oh, she has been working. Check her out. And you can click on them. And again, find homes in Aberdeen, home of minor league baseball. So Charlestown, one of Cecil County's little known treasures. So she's gone in just to put something in here, just to get them in here. Then she'll go back in and add the photos and add more information. And, now she can at least tell you what county. It's Baltimore County, or this one's Harford County, or this one's, whatever county it is. She's giving you more information. Let's see. let's see if they've been doing their homework. So we have another communities here. Oh, look, apparently you can copy and paste the information on mine and tweak it to the ones that you need. That's interesting there. So communities served here, again, she's gone in, welcome to Aberdeen, and she has included that particular, and you'll see that when we click on it, it's going to open in a new window. When I X off of it, it's going to take me back to the website. And again, we can click through, just welcome to, and they'll do some more work on that later. So relatively easy, simple to get in. Again, we're just going to add the community, add the information, save it. If you want to dive in a little deeper on SEO settings, there is a hyperlink, again, that will open in a new window, and it will go into more detail on, what those are, how do I change them. Oh, look, there are some podcasts. You can listen to them when you're driving in your car, maybe on, if you're like me, I put my headphones on, I'm doing the dishes, things of that, how they work and how to make them happy. Yes, I would like to make Google happy. Apparently I have. Google serves me up immediately. Also, there are other live webinars over here. I always like to just point that out if you're looking for additional information, working with your website leads, different leads, how do I get set up for success, those kind of things, they're there for you. But I would say just go in, put in the communities that you work in, go from there. You can always go back to Prospect Square and add things later. You can see some other agents have been doing that. They're just in the beginning stages. Adding them is first, going back and kind of fluffing them up is next. But again, it just gives you good content on your website. Oh, and look, Sandy's on our call and I didn't even know that. So good job, Sandy Bratcher. But yeah, as you go through and you start adding them, again, it's just one small piece of InTouch. So if we take all the other pieces out and we only work on this piece right now, it's still a little overwhelming, but not as overwhelming as, well, now I need to go do this on the website, or what about this piece of my website? Let me get this piece together now, and I'll work on the next piece when I'm done with this. Or maybe I'll put all my pieces in first, all my communities, and as I'm adding information to them, I can move on to the next part of my website. But it gives you really good information. Again, it pulls you up in the search results, and it does impress the communities that you serve. If you're in the community groups on Facebook and they ask for questions, those are the things that I look for to add to my page. So then I can serve up the page and say, oh, well, the information you're looking for is here. Bookmark it. You can get back to it later. And of course, since you sell real estate, it's much easier. I always say I can refer you to somebody. It's, if you need real estate help, I can help you. I mean, look at how much I know your neighborhood. Does anybody have any questions? I know we ran through even that a little bit quickly, but lots of good stuff that you can put in there. No questions. Okay. Well, I would say go in, have a little bit of fun with it. If you get stuck at all, please feel free to reach out to me. Let me know, that you're stuck. We can do a one-on-one. We can get in here and kind of do some of this together. If that makes you feel more confident, we can do it that way. But definitely a fun thing to work on. I always learn so much about these different communities. I live in Joppatown, and there were things I didn't even know. Been there over 40 years and discovered some new stuff. So have some fun with it. Feel free to reach out if you need any help. Always here to help. And if there aren't any questions, I'll let you guys go. Enjoy the beautiful weather today as opposed to whatever yesterday was. And stay safe.